All right, those of you online, let me just quickly go over what you need to be doing. You should have your field notes, have been working on that, and hopefully are up to date. Those will be due on Friday. On Friday as well is your verse quiz. That is John chapter 1, verses 1 through 2. And again, that needs to be taken and sent to me by the following Monday. So please make sure you take care of that. That way you get credit for what you have done. And if there are any issues, please let me know, and we can handle any issues that might arise there. All right? Everybody, please take your books and turn with me to page 233. Page 233. Page 233. And again, let me encourage you, I did pass out just a flyer letting you guys know about youth group tonight, 7 o'clock. If you don't have a youth group that you're going to tonight, or maybe your youth group meets another night and you go there, please go to your youth group, the church that you are a part of. But if you do not, we want to invite you to be a part of this. And we're going to start a new study on the book of Mark. And here's why I'm letting you guys know this, is we've looked at the life of Jesus, but not in great detail. We could spend the entire year in this class looking at the life of Jesus, but we have not. We've gone through that really in a few weeks, and so this would be a more detailed study of the life of Jesus. And again, that will be on Wednesday tonight at 7 o'clock, and any Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. You guys are invited, and if you're able to, let me know, and we will be excited to have you guys here. But we are finishing up really the life of Christ today, and again, we are just doing a very brief sort of overview of his life. In fact, we've looked at his miracles. You guys illustrated that. His birth, you guys drew that for us. And then we've talked a little bit about his teaching and some of the different things that went on there. So when we come to his death, we need to understand this is the pivotal point in human history. This is when everything has changed for us. And this is why our lives can be different, is because Jesus did die. Why did Jesus die on the cross? Why did he die? Yes. Because he loved us. Yeah. Why did he need to die? Why? It was a great answer. Because of his love, he died on the cross. But why did he do that? Yes. He took, sometimes you'll hear this referred to, and I'm just going to explain this term very quickly because I just want to make sure if you guys ever hear it, you are aware of what it means. A substitutionary atonement that Jesus made for you. What does that basically mean? He redeemed you or atoned you by paying the price that you were supposed to pay. Substitutionary. It's like when there's a substitute teacher. Okay, when there's a substitute teacher, they come in, they take somebody's place. And that's when it's saying substitutionary atonement. He came and took our place, our punishment that we were supposed to have. And that is why he came and died on the cross. So yesterday, make sure if you don't have these last few notes filled in, make sure that you have those. Yesterday, before you left class, you were supposed to fill this in. We looked at what happened immediately after Jesus' death. And we see about the temple being torn, all of that. Then we're going to look at who buried Jesus. You see, Jesus, how many disciples did Jesus have? 12. Somebody raise your hand. Somebody give me one. We're going to see how many we can name in this room. All right, so do not turn back to your chart. All right, how many can you name? Yes. John. Okay. You had to think hard on that one. All right, just went with your name. I got you. Cody. You can't say Cody. I'm just helping you. Okay. Peter. Okay. Bartholomew. Matthew. Okay, so we're at 4. James, okay? Yes. What is it? Judas. Thomas. No, I'm going to look this. One thing that gets confusing is sometimes they give different names. So sometimes, no, okay. Sorry, I was thinking that Bartholomew was the same as Thomas, but I was incorrect on that one. Thomas is also called Didymus. By the way, do you know why Thomas is also called Didymus? Didymus means twin. That means he had a twin. Okay, the Bible doesn't say the twin followed Jesus, but that's just an interesting, I find it interesting to find out details about these guys' life. Do you guys ever wish you had a twin? No? I wish there was somebody else that looked just like me. That's what I wish. I think this world would be a much better place. All right, but no, Thomas had a twin there. Okay, so Thomas, yes, Philip. Okay, Philip. I've lost track of how many we've said now. I think your counting is a little off. All right. Yes. James. Okay, and we mentioned two James, but there were two. There was James, and then another one was known as James the Less, and more than likely that had to deal with the fact one of them was probably a little bit larger than the other one. Okay, sort of like what we would do if we were had two people and you're giving them like nicknames. Sometimes you call like Big James or something like that, or because just a way to. How many of you had, while you've been in school, somebody with the same name as you? Anybody ever have that? John, you've never had somebody in your class with the name John? There's people named John. Yeah. Okay. So how did you guys resolve it? Did you guys go by like the your name and then like your first letter of your neck? Cody 1 and Cody 2. All right. Cody 1 and Cody 2. My son, his first couple years he was in school, he had another Braden in his class, and so he was Braden M. Like that's what the people would call him. So sort of a way to differentiate, because if you just call Braden, then they both would come. So they had like different ways. So that's why you see James and James the Less is a way to differentiate between the two. I'm trying to remember which ones we've said so far. Yeah. Andrew. Okay, we haven't said Andrew yet. Yes. Philip, I think we mentioned Philip, but I can't remember as well. So again, I think you guys have mentioned all of, no, not 13. I don't know if we mentioned Simon. Simon Peter was one, but there was another person named Simon. Simon was, and by the way, his name was Simon the Zealot. And what it means by zealot there is he was a little bit more of, he was against the Roman occupation. So he was a little bit more political when he came to Jesus. I don't know Thaddeus. I'm not sure if anybody mentioned that, but we've got the vast majority of them down. So these 12 people followed Jesus. How many of them do we know were there at Jesus' trial? At Jesus' trial, how many do we know are there? Remember, he's been arrested. They were all there in the Garden of Gethsemane. He's been arrested, been taken away. How many follow him back across to Caiaphas' house for the trial? Do you know? Yes. 2. Is that a guess or is that a confident answer? In the middle. Okay, all right. You are correct. Now, though, you must tell me who. So Peter was one, right? We know that because Peter denies Jesus there, right? Anybody know the other? John. John is the other, okay? John is the other. Then, remember, he's taken from Caiaphas' house to Pilate's. He is tried there, he is beaten, then he's taken from there to the cross. How many disciples are there at the cross? How many do we know of? Do we know of? Yes. 1. Who is it? John. Okay. So again, I don't think we can say 100% sure there was nobody else there. But the Bible does seem to lead you to believe that John was the only one there. By the way, how do we know that John was there? How do we know he was there? Because Jesus asked him to take care of his mother. That's the only way that we know that John is there at the crucifixion of Jesus. But John is not one of the people that buries Jesus. The person that is going to take his body off the cross, and again, remember, when we think of burial today, it is much different. Make sure to take your hat off inside there, all right? When we think of burial today, somebody really prepares the body, right? The person passes away, they are taken to a funeral home, and somebody there does the work of preparing the body, everything like that. Back here, of course, you don't have that. So when we're talking about taking him off the cross, preparing the body, they're going to wrap the body. They're going to put it in the tomb. It's a little more, it's not just making a phone call and having somebody do this for you. Okay? So we know of 2 people that are involved in the burial of Jesus. The person that goes and asks is who you just wrote down. His name is Joseph of Arimathea. Joseph of Arimathea, who is a rich man, which, by the way, the Bible prophesied that the Messiah would be killed and would be put in a rich man's tomb that was not his own, which is exactly what happens. He comes and asks. Pilate's like surprised when he asks. He's like, wait a minute, he's already dead. Yes, he'd already been dead. And by the way, just so there is no confusion, with the information that we know about Jesus' death, there is no doubt that he died. Any medical expert that you would ask, when you are pierced in the side and blood and water come out, you are dead. There is no question of was there any life left in him. He was dead. And so, and by the way, what were they doing to the other men at the cross when they were checking on Jesus there? What were they doing? Anybody remember? Yeah. Breaking their legs. Sounds very vicious. Anybody know why that was the case? What were they making sure of at that point? Because remember, on the cross, the only way that you can breathe, you've got to push yourself up. So if they're breaking your legs, they are going to speed up that process, and you're going to die much quicker. Anybody know why they needed to speed this? Sometimes, history records, sometimes people are on the cross for a couple days. So why was it that they were coming and saying it has to be sped up? Yeah. Not quite. Not quite. By the way, history records some days where they would have many, many crosses out there. I mean, they could kill many people at once. And it's just a gruesome way to really think about what they would do there. Yes. Passover is coming. They did not want them to be on the cross during the time of the Passover. So to speed up that process, they had the other people there, their legs broken. Why was it important that Jesus' legs not be broken? Because it was prophesied that no bones of his body would be broken. And so it's amazing when you see how all this plays out. But anyways, Jesus is dead. Joseph of Arimathea comes. He asks for the body. Pilate gives him the body. They go back there. And the religion, by the way, this let me just say something that amazes me, okay, that really does amaze me. Who was concerned that Jesus would rise from the dead 3 days later? There's one group of people that mention it. There's one group of people that seem to be expecting something to happen 3 days from now. The Pharisees, the religious leaders. Because they're the ones that go to they're the ones that go to Pilate and say, hey, Pilate, his followers said, or he told his followers in 3 days he'd rise again. The Bible says they asked Pharaoh to take care of it. Can you seal the tomb? Now, what does that mean, seal the tomb? Okay, roll a rock, which they would have, the idea of having a rock there would be something that they would already do anyways. Remember when they come to Lazarus' tomb, they have to ask them, why do you think they put a rock there? Anybody have an idea? The smell, and what else tends to go for things that are dead? Animals. So you don't really want to come back and visit the tomb and, well, we're not going to get into that. Like the animal have been taken the body and stuff. That's sort of gross. So they would roll that. So they did roll a stone, and they made sure it was a large one. But what does it mean when they're saying they sealed the tomb? Because I think sometimes our 21st century perspective of this is different than first century. Yes? They put a stamp on it. A type of, and not like a stamp that we have, but they put some type of seal on it. Some type of sign. Now, what does that mean? Go ahead. Exactly. That seal there is to say, hey, if you guys come, you guys mess with this tomb, then you have to deal with Rome. It's a deterrent for them. So it wasn't that they made, like sometimes people hear that seal and they're thinking they're going there and concreting it shut or doing something like that. That's not what's going on at all. But that seal was very important for them because that meant, hey, if I mess with this, then I'm in trouble. Not only do they put a seal, what else do they put there? Guards. The guards are there. The guards are standing watch. And so that is what happens that Friday night as Jesus is taken off the cross. We won't spend a lot of time on this. Maybe some of you have heard people talk about this. How many days was Jesus in the tomb? Just say it. 3. So how do we say Friday night? That doesn't make sense, does it? You ever think about that? It doesn't really make sense. Here is why, and I won't some people are, the church I went to growing up, it was like it's Wednesday. Everybody who's saying Friday is wrong, it's Wednesday. Okay, maybe they're right. Here's one thing that's different though, is how we count a day and how the Jewish people would count a day. When you hear day, what do you think of? 24 hours. Isn't that what you think of? When I hear day, I think 24 hours. So when I hear 3 days, you know what's coming to my mind? What's coming to yours? Hopefully 72 hours. Because if you're thinking 2 days, 48. But hopefully 72 is coming to yours. Because that's what I'm thinking, right? When I hear 3 days, 3 nights, I'm thinking 72 hours. That's what comes. So in our way of thinking, in the Jewish way of thinking, it is not the same. Here's what a day would be. Let's say they put Jesus in the tomb Friday at before sundown. Let's say Friday at 5 o'clock. Okay, Friday at 5 o'clock he's in the tomb. That would count as a day. When sun goes down, that counts as the night. Okay, sun comes back up, that's a day. Sun go down and night. You see how theirs is a little bit different as far as how they keep track of that. So that's why some people believe it is Friday. Here's what I would say, and I think I told you guys this before. If your church, and I don't know what, if they say it's Wednesday, and we celebrate Good Friday, it doesn't matter what exact day he died, it just matters that he died. I'm not going to get up and argue about something. Now, we can talk about it and have a friendly discussion. It amazes me sometimes what people want to argue about in the Bible, and you're like, what does it really matter? What does it matter if it's Friday or Wednesday? I have no interest in arguing with you about it. As long as you believe that he died, then we're good. And so, again, Jesus dies, he's laid there in the tomb, and then Sunday morning goes on. Sunday morning, the ladies are going to the tomb. Anybody remember what it says that they were worried about? They were worried about something Sunday morning. Not necessarily the guards. The guards let them through because, again, why are they coming? Again, this is another part that's different than our custom. They're coming, they're going to prepare the body further. All right, now typically it would be done earlier, but they didn't come earlier because that's the Sabbath. So they had to wait till the Sabbath was over. But why is it that what were they concerned about? Yeah. Not even the smell. I would be concerned about the smell. Who's going to roll the stone away? That's what they're like. They're sitting there. They're like, man, I remember. They went. By the way, these ladies, at least some of them, the Bible says the day that Joseph takes Jesus off the tomb, they went and followed so they could see where he was at. So they know where he's at. They know there's a big stone there, and now they're like, man, who's going to roll? Here's how I imagine this. And really, this is something that came to me this year, and I've been thinking about. I imagine one night they're sitting there, or laying down, not able to sleep because they're worried about who's going to roll that stone away. Like, anyone else ever not been able to sleep because you're worried about something? Like I know this is going to happen in the morning. Who's going to take care of this? And that's how I imagine it. And here's the amazing thing about it. Did they need to worry? God had already taken care of it. Here's something that God challenged me with this year. How many times do we worry about something that never even happens? We sit there and we worry and we're like, oh no, what's going to happen? How is this going to work out? Who's going to roll the stone away? And God's like, why are you worried? It's already taken care of. But I know in my own mind, in my own heart, I tend to do that. And so these ladies are worried about it. They get there. It's already been taken care of. What do they see? The stone had been moved. And an angel told them that Jesus had risen from the dead. I love how he says it. Why seek ye the living among the dead? And when they say that, at first it sounds like just a funny little statement that they would say. Why do you think they would say this to the ladies? So they wouldn't think somebody stole them. But why seek ye the living among the dead? Doesn't it make it sound like, hey, don't you know he should be alive? Why would you come here? Why do you think that was? What did he tell them he was going to do? 3 days later, he'd rise again from the dead. It's 3 days. What is the angel sort of reminding them of? Guys, this is what he said. He said it. He said 3 days from now he would not be here. Why are you guys here? Didn't you believe him? I don't know about you, it's hard to believe. If somebody told you 3 days after they're dead they'd rise again from the dead, are you going to believe them? No. No. So I think there was a little bit of hey, now let me ask you this. Did the Pharisees really believe that Jesus was going to rise again from the dead? I don't think they did. Why did they want the guard? Somebody didn't steal it. That's what they were expecting. They weren't expecting Jesus to rise again from the dead because nobody expects that to happen. But what they were expecting was his disciples to come and to take the body away. Then a few of the ladies run back to get the disciples. One of them stays there at the tomb and is crying, and somebody begins to talk to her. She thinks that is the gardener. And she asks him, hey, whatever you've done with him, just bring him back. And then Jesus says her name, Mary. And at that point, she knows who it is. One of my favorite things, and it's fascinating that it's recorded in the book of John. None of the other Gospels record this. Who are the two? The ladies go back and they tell the disciples that Jesus is risen from the dead. Two guys run to the tomb. Two of the apostles start running. Anybody know who they are? Yeah. Not John and James. Peter and John. And here's what I find fascinating. Do you know what John records that nobody else records? That one of them got there faster. Like nobody else records that, and when you first read it, you're like, well, what does it even matter? It's almost like I don't know. I just think of the personality of the person. He wanted to make sure, hey, we both ran. I got there a little bit faster than Peter. All right, like I'm faster than him. And again, I just find those things humorous in the Bible. But he does wait till Peter gets there. Peter comes in, and there's a lot of interesting things. We don't have a lot of time to get into all of the details of this, of how we know for sure. I mean, just common sense tells you that something happened here. All of the different theories that people have put out throughout history of what happened here don't make any sense. They really don't. One of the theories is the disciples came and stole the body. If that is true, why were they never charged with anything? That seal was there. All they had to do was say they stole the body. They could put him to death. They never did that. And then also, people have died for their faith. Many people have died for their faith. But you don't see people dying for what they know is a lie. You don't see people getting hung on a cross and they know they're lying and still putting up with that pain. They fully believe that Jesus had risen from the dead. You don't fully believe that Jesus has risen from the dead if you know that you took his body out of that tomb. Another one, there's different ideas of Jesus didn't die on the cross. Like he just sort of fainted, they took him down, they put him in this room, and then he got better and was able to walk out. What kind of sense does that make? First off, with our medical knowledge today, the information that was given there, it was no doubt that he was dead. No medical person would dispute if blood and water came out that he was dead. And second, what person who is near death you take and put in a cool place and 3 days later they feel better? Like the amount of blood that he had lost, everything he had been through, you're not just getting up. And then let's say that he does. How's he moving that stone? Like these ladies are worried about, here's a guy that's near death and somehow he's feeling better to get up and move a stone and sneak by the guard. It doesn't make sense. So you look at all these different theories that have been given and they don't really make sense. So we see here the disciples knew Jesus was alive because they saw him. Jesus that night appears to the disciples in that upper room. Many people believe this is the upper room that they had that Last Supper in. We're not all the way sure on that. It would make sense, but he appears to them. One guy's not there. Man, it's a terrible time to leave the room. Yes, Thomas is not there. Thomas is not there. He is gone for whatever reason. Maybe to go get supplies. Maybe he was hiding. Who knows? But he's gone. He gets back and everybody's like, Thomas, you won't believe it. Jesus was here. And Thomas, for 2,000 years, has taken a sort of a beating for this, and people have mocked. In fact, it's in his name. When you hear Thomas, probably the vast majority of people think of doubting Thomas. But what was Thomas was one of those practical guys. Like he believed what he saw. In fact, when they're going to Jerusalem right before Jesus is going to die, they're like, Jesus, if we go here, we're going to die. And Jesus is like, no, we're going. You know what Thomas says? Let's go. We'll all die with him. Like Thomas is just a very practical guy. And when I look at Thomas, I think he's a guy that doesn't want to get his hopes up. How many of you sort of guard against getting your hopes up so they don't get like crushed? Anyone else like that? Like, I'll give you an example. If my sports team is in a game and they're winning, I'm still in the back of my mind thinking they're going to lose this game. Why? Because I don't want to get my hopes up where they're going to win the game and then they lose and then I'm like disappointed in it, right? You sort of guard yourself about getting your hopes too far up. And I think that's what Thomas's hopes have been crushed. His dreams have been crushed. Jesus has been killed. And now they're telling him this unbelievable story that he was here. So what does Thomas say? I'll believe it once I put my hands in the nail pierced, put my hands where the nails were at. I touch his side where that spear went. I'll believe it then. Jesus appears to him the next week. Do you know Thomas never puts his hands in his side? Never go. All he does is see him, and what does he say? My Lord and my God. And he falls down at Jesus' feet and worships Jesus. He appears to Thomas. He saw him. And by the way, Jesus at this point says something that pertains to us. He says, Thomas, you're blessed because you've seen me and you believe. But blessed are those that will never see, but will believe. Who is that? I've never seen those nail-pierced hands. I will one day, but I haven't seen them yet. But he's talking about us and everyone that's come after that. So we see Thomas. And then Jesus was also seen by 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus. By the way, these 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus, it amazes me. Guys, make sure you're not working on anything else this time. It amazes me. When they're talking, having this conversation with Jesus, they say, hey, the ladies went to the tomb and they said he wasn't there. But they left. Like, clearly they were very close to Jesus. They were followers of him, but they leave. And I'm like, what would make you leave? Like, think about this. If you're in town and they had to have heard that Jesus had said something about rising again from the dead. These ladies come back and say, hey, Jesus is not there. There's angels there saying he's risen. Would you leave? It's like somebody that's a big sports fan or something like that, and it's the 4th quarter of the championship game, and it's a very close game, and you're like, I'm going to go ahead and leave. I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? You're like, you're going to, that's how, it just amazes me that they got up and left, but they went back to Emmaus. Jesus appears to them on the road to Emmaus, and you know what they do? As soon as they know who Jesus is, they go right back to Jerusalem. Whatever it was that made them leave that day, it no longer is nearly as important. They go back to Jerusalem, report it to the disciples, and that's when Jesus appears to the disciples there. So Jesus died to provide forgiveness for sins. So what was Jesus' resurrection? What did it prove? Jesus' resurrection proved that Jesus' power is greater than death, which no person, no matter how powerful a person has been throughout history, no matter how much they have, no matter how much money, knowledge, no person can beat this. No person can beat death. But Jesus did. Jesus died to provide forgiveness for our sins. Only a God who conquered death could give everlasting life. Because Jesus died on the cross, I can be forgiven of my sins. Because Jesus rose from the dead, I can live forever. Jesus died on the cross for me to be forgiven. He rose again to prove that I can live forever. This is what it's all about. We're going to look at the book of 1 Corinthians later on, and Paul says in the book of 1 Corinthians, hey, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, we of all men are most miserable. He said everything we're doing doesn't make sense if Jesus is not alive. But Jesus didn't just do that. He gave them a promise. He said, I'll be back. And that's what in Matthew chapter 28, verses 18 through 20, he gave them a job to do before they were to leave this world. He said they were to go and make disciples throughout the world. Go ye into all the world and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. That is what Jesus tells his disciples right before he goes up into heaven. Then we see he wanted them to be witnesses throughout the world. This is important. And this is what they did. And they went throughout the world. Again, we don't know these for sure because the only thing we can be absolutely sure on is what the Bible says. But if you look at history and early church leaders, what they taught about Jesus or his followers, we see them all over the place being martyred for their faith. They were killed because they went everywhere teaching people that Jesus had risen again. And what promises did he make? He wants to be with them always. He said this, and lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Not only that, he told them that he would send them. It was needful that he would go away so that the Holy Spirit could come. And again, that's exactly what happened. Hey, once you fill in those two things, which some of you have not, but once you have filled those in, you can be dismissed, all right?
Okay, good to see. Good to see at least the DLs online. At least two of you are viewers. Okay, yesterday we did lesson 117, and I failed to do some pictures with that. So I want to I got some done just to give you an idea of what we're talking about with these. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about hurricanes here in this lesson. Now, this is the Coriolis effect. It's just that basic movement of the air, the warm air off the water coming up and meeting the cloud, and the cold air up there causing the disturbance in that regards. Here's what would look like from a satellite of a tropical cyclone or a hurricane. Now if you look, the one on the left, the green part up the top, or the land part right here sticking down, that's Florida. Okay, so you can just see how massive these things can get. Okay, now here's your tropical disturbance. Okay, look how things have changed. Look how things change as they go. The tropical disturbance is just everything in that circle is starting to form into this massive cloud. Okay, and generally all hurricanes from the sky, from satellite view, are always white, and that's because of the water that they're bringing up. They're stirring up. Okay, so again, you got the Coriolis effect happening, the movements of the winds and deflections or the counteractions with the cold air that's already up there. We talked about the movements and the death aspect. We talked about the names, and just to show you what they're talking about, these are the names that they're going to be using at least up through 2026. Okay, it's not totally clear, is it? Sorry about that. Looked clear when I did it, but okay, if you can kind of make some of them out, just this year, okay, Anna, Bill, Claudette, can't make that one out, Elsa, Fred, Grace, okay, going on down, Larry, Mindy. So just, sorry they didn't come out, but that's what they're using, okay, and they've got things already planned out way ahead of time. Okay, names. Now when we get to 26, they will have already made lists beyond that. Okay, but that gives you kind of an idea of what we were talking about with this Atlantic region. Okay, where did we leave off? Hurricane structures. Okay, so we're way down there. Okay, here's what would be in stage one, your tropical depressions going on. Wind speeds of 39 miles per hour. Tropical storm. Now look what's happening here. In the red, you just have clouds that are starting to form. Okay, starting to be together. But you've got the disturbance. That's what they're reading. They're not reading the grouping of the clouds. They're reading the disturbance. Okay, and so they're calling it depression here. But now look at this tropical storm. You see how it changed? More white, bigger. You can see more of a pinwheel aspect. The picture on the right is damage that can occur from a tropical storm. Okay, there's not real much damage. It's just that it flooded. Okay, maybe some of the power lines would come down or something to that effect. Nothing major. Okay, stage 3. Now look at the difference in them. From your tropical depression on the left to your tropical storm in the middle to your hurricane on the right. The hurricane is more of a solid white looking storm. Okay, so the bigger it gets in the stages, the more it's going, more of the water, more of the wind that is getting created in those. Okay, so just gives you a little bit of an idea of what those terms are talking about there. This is your Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, where based upon the wind they go to this, and it pretty well kind of tells them what kind of damage to expect in these areas. The 3 in red are not good to live in. If winds are starting here, they will probably start advising people to move out, especially if they're anticipating the winds to be at least 100 miles an hour or more. They will try to get everybody to evacuate the area. Okay. Also, now it's not always mandatory. Sometimes it is based upon who's living there. Maybe if it's the elderly, they will mandatorily get them out. But you really can't tell somebody that they need to leave. They have to leave their house. All they are doing is say, you need to leave, otherwise you could die. Okay? But they can't physically take them out and move them. Okay? That would be illegal. So some people try to stay. Some people try to live through these hurricanes. Okay? Survive, I should say. Some make it. Obviously, sometimes, almost every case, there is someone that doesn't. Okay? Especially if it's anticipating to be a 5 category. Okay? It's going to be a catastrophic event. And there are going to be deaths. There's going to be a lot of damage. So survival is probably very minimal in the percentage scale. Here's a category 1, what it looks like. Okay? 74 to 95 miles per hour. You got those palm trees that are just bending like crazy. Okay? Not breaking yet, but yet bending pretty good. Category 2. Extremely dangerous, extensive damage. Okay? Again, look at the difference in the cloud. It's getting more prominent. The eye of the hurricane is starting to form. Roads are getting torn up. Okay? Piers are getting demolished. Okay? Category 3. Again, look at the difference in the cloud. And look at what happened. That area has pretty well been demolished. Okay? Category 4. Catastrophic damage is going on. Again, look at the clouds. Okay? Now, the picture on the right is probably photoshopped. Okay? Just giving you the idea of the size of the hurricane that went over that area. Okay? At least I'm assuming that that's probably it, because generally when it's on land you don't have the prominent eye of the hurricane and the white hurricane going over land like that. So that's what I assumed. It was probably photoshopped just to give the size of the hurricane. And number 5, total devastation. Okay, look how thick, even from a 4, to a 5, the cloud is. Okay? Which means the winds have just picked up. The winds are about 157 miles per hour. Okay? 155 to 57 miles per hour. Okay? Their structure. Here's your eye. That's that center spot. Okay? And as the picture on the right, letter C says a warm environment where there is no clouds and there is clear sky. So as I said yesterday, if you happen to stay where a hurricane was, you live through the first wall of the hurricane, the front wall, okay, which is not the worst part of the hurricane. It's the back wall, okay? But if you live through that first wall, that first section of the hurricane, and was able to get into the eye of the hurricane, that's what you would expect. That's what you would see. Everything would be calm. Maybe a little bit of a breeze type thing, but nothing devastating, nothing catastrophic or anything. You'd be able to look up and you would be able to see clear sky. No clouds. Okay? But you got the hurricane, the eye, which is just that center spot. The eye wall is where the updrafts are coming. Okay? So the front wall is coming around, bringing all that moisture, bringing the wind, okay? Doing some devastation, okay, on the surface. That wall is about 9 miles high sometimes, okay? Then you have the rain bands. Okay, so the picture on the right is a model showing you the various rain bands, okay, that are coming up. The reason the back wall is more devastating is because as the wind's coming here, okay, then you get the calm and then you get blasted by another more severe type of rainstorms and windstorms. And so a lot of times it's the back wall that does more of the damage than the front one does. Okay? Yes, sir. What was what? Updrafts. Okay. Did everybody get all those? Did I go too fast through those? That's not where we were, is it? Oh yeah, okay. My fault. I was thinking that we had already done these. So the eye, you got a very low pressure, 20 to 30 miles in diameter. Okay, so it's a good sized area. 20 to 30 miles it's even further from here to Moreno Valley. Okay, I think that's like what, 12, 14, 15, something like that miles to Moreno. And so you're almost like doubling that for the eye of the hurricane. So again, showing you the size that it is. No clouds, clear sky. The eye wall, it's a thick swirling clouds, rain, surrounds the eye. It's where the updrafts are coming up and about 9 miles high. So the picture on the right is just a satellite picture of a hurricane out in an ocean. Okay? And then the rain bands, okay? The long narrow lines of thunderstorms in a hurricane. Okay? Now, when it gets to the land, the hurricane will turn into a just a thunderstorm, and there may be some tornadoes that come out of that when it gets on the land. Okay, just because of the after effect of the swirling of the winds from the hurricane itself. You still have your eye going on. You still have your eye walls. You have the rain bands. Okay, of all this. Okay. Okay, now, last night you would have had 9A as your homework. We were to have done quiz 27, and I just noticed that we didn't do 26. So when I find them, we will do them, okay? But not today. So 9A, if you haven't turned it in already, 9A is now your homework. And since it's Wednesday, 9A is technically due Friday. Okay, so make sure that you're getting that done. Okay? But since I just wanted to go back and show you those pictures and finish up 117. So right now we're going to go on to 118 today, okay, and see what we can get accomplished there. So bear with me just a moment. Okay, and I'll switch to 118 if I can read it without my glasses. 118. There she blows. Oh, yeah, just wrong icon. All right, there we are. 118. Okay. Hurricane dangers, the wind. That's the biggest thing that a hurricane, that's the biggest danger of a hurricane is the wind. Okay? The rain is pretty well up there also, but the hurricane winds is what blows and tears everything apart. Okay? People that are stuck on the beach during a hurricane can be taking a flying lesson. Okay? Like I said yesterday, those news reporters that have to be out on the beach or outside during a hurricane, or at least before the major hurricane hits. Okay, they're out there, and the winds are blowing, and they're sometimes standing sideways reporting because they're fighting the wind. Okay, or maybe they're holding on to something. But if they didn't, they'd be flying like the guy or the person in the middle. Okay, not sure it's a guy, but it kind of looks like it. Okay, but the wind. You have a storm surge that happens. This is the elevated water level that's caused by the hurricane's winds pushing water ahead of the storm. Okay? You have the storm surge. So it's bringing all that water deep and bringing it up and causing the waves to occur. And I think we found out that it could be about 10 feet, the waves could be about 10 feet high, if not higher. Houses that live on the beach, houses don't live. Houses that are located on the beach, okay, will get this type of disaster or this phenomena happening, okay. Beach housing is nice, but if you go down to Florida and live on the beach, you go there with the idea that there's going to be a hurricane that hits sometime, okay? And you may not have a house after it hits. So therefore you need to make sure that you have flood insurance, or hurricane insurance, maybe even the case. But look on the bottom picture, that storm surge that's coming up on land there. Okay, that's going to hit those houses or whatever those buildings are on the right. Okay, and sometimes that, because of the wind pushing it in, can just devastate those buildings. There's two main factors that affect the height of the wind or the hurricane, and that's your wind speed and the shape of the land that it's coming upon. Obviously, if it is higher up, then like on a cliff or something, then the storm surge is going to hit that cliff and in essence bounce back off. But if the land itself is more sloping along with the sea floor, then it's just going to ride up the the floor of the sea there and roll right into the land. Okay. So wind speed and the shape of the land itself. So, everybody got that? So like I said, so basically steeper the continental shelf, the lower the storm surge, because it's just going to hit it and kind of bounce back off. Then you have the inland flooding occurred, because you have this storm surge that comes over the barriers or whatever might be there, because of the height of it and because of the wind speed. It's just coming in, dropping onto the land itself, okay? And then you have this inland flooding that's going on, okay? Now, look at all those boats on the right side that have just been moved, okay? Nothing people can do. The only thing that they could do is, one, maybe not have a boat, okay? Two, if they know the hurricane's coming and it's coming towards them and they're going to be affected, then take a boat ride and get your boat way out of the area, dock it someplace else until the hurricane's gone, and then come back. Okay? Huh? You can, but then you may have just the storm surge hitting the boat and kind of like a tornado scenario where it's going to carry it away. So, but if you have insurance, then probably insurance is going to pay for your boat. Okay, so it's however you want to deal with it. Okay, so plan ahead. Stock up your supplies if you get involved. We don't have hurricanes here, but we do have tsunamis. Okay, not here, but here in California along the coast, there's tsunamis that do occur sometimes. Not too often, but they do occur. If you ever live in these places, okay, make sure that you are ready for them. Have a first aid kit available. And some of these are just good idea to have on hand no matter what. Okay, a first aid kit, some extra medical supplies, personal hygiene items. Okay, if you know you're going to get stuck in a hurricane, make sure that you have a good supply of deodorant or toothpaste and toothbrush, and make sure you have some cash on hand, because you're not going to be able to use credit cards because everything's going to be destroyed, or most likely. Make sure your cell phone is charged. Okay, and if you have the possibility of mobile chargers, then have those available. Okay, have a battery operated hand crank radio. We've talked about that. Okay, they are advertising those more and more. Okay, that I see on TV. Make sure you have your emergency contact information in case you get stuck in a hurricane or get stranded by it. Then you have somebody that you can call, or they can call because you became deceased. Okay? Plan to evacuate. If you live near the coast or in a flood-prone area, cover the windows of the house. Okay? It helps the breakage. Hurricane watch, we went over these, means hurricane force winds may strike within the 48 hours. The warning means hurricane forces are expected within 36 hours, or they are coming. Evacuate if you live near the coast or in a flood-prone area. Okay? Got it? Okay, so here it is. Also due Friday. I don't know why I put activity 9A twice, but I did. Also due Friday is 9.2. Some of you have already done that. Good job. You're ahead of the game. Okay? Some of you are running the race. You are ready to finish this course, this curve. Okay? Ready to turn in 9.2, 9A. Okay? Work hard, get it done. You have a couple days to do it. Okay? DLs, that's going to conclude us today. I'm going to stop there. Let you work on 9.2 or 9A, whichever the case may be. You got about 10 minutes left of this hour. Class in here, you also have 10 minutes left. So work hard, get things done. Keep your names off the mercy list, and you'll feel a whole lot better about yourself. Okay? DLs, see you later. Class, get to work.
All right, welcome to Pre-Algebra. Before we get started, a couple quick things. First of all, if you received a paper or a message on My School Works for distance learners with the title Pre-Algebra Grades, or in the case here you got a paper, that means one of two things. Either you are currently failing or you are in danger of failing and you need to change your habits and actually turn in your homework. That's what it means. If you did not get a paper, congratulations, that means you're at least passing the class. Okay? If you want to know more details about your grade, you can look it up. Alright, so beyond that, we're going to get started, but seriously, turn in your homework. Okay, homework is still 25% of your grade. There may be fewer tests this quarter due to the fact that A, this quarter is shorter, I'll talk more about that in a minute, and B, I'm probably going to start jumping around a bit more to actually cover more relevant material, like getting in all the essential concepts that, like, if I can get nothing else in, I'm going to get that in. Okay, because we are getting down to the end. We are already 2.5 weeks into quarter 4. There are only 4.5 weeks left of academics. Technically, that half week at the end counts as a week of the quarter, but we don't do any academics that week. So just keep that in mind. There's only about 4.5 weeks left. I will make sure that there are plenty of opportunities for grades and things like that, but you have to treat every assignment like it's critical this quarter or you are not going to pass. Okay? Keep in mind, semester grades are what matter as far as for summer school or passing the class in general. So even if you, say, got a 58 in quarter 3, as long as you get at least a 62 in this quarter, you'll be fine. Okay, does that make sense? So you really want to hammer on this quarter, finish strong, finish well, bring your grade up. Even just turning in your homework, I've seen students' grades go up by me putting in a 40, okay? Because usually it's because they have the sheer number of zeros they've had, but that's my point, okay, of like anything is better than a 0. So at least try. Does that make sense? Okay, you all follow me? Yes. Yes, if you have zeros on that paper, get it in and I'll grade it next Tuesday. That's kind of the idea of like you guys need to get stuff in and don't let yourself get more zeros while you're making up those zeros. Does that make sense? Okay, so you guys need to get that done. Thank you, Joey. All right. So that's it there. All right, so go to page 329 in your textbooks. We do need to talk about one more concept of graphing before this chapter is done. The chapter does keep going. I think, well, okay, it's unconfirmed, but we're probably going to finish it off here because the rest of the stuff is more advanced graphing techniques, and I'm more interested in getting to statistics because it's important. So I want to get into that, make sure we at least see some of that because you guys need a working understanding of how odds work, not 1, 3, 5, as in like, you know, not proportions. Why do I keep trying to say proportions? What's the word? Probability. There we go. So how probability works. So we're going to talk about one more type of graph, and then I'm going to assign the chapter review B, because that's the next assignment. It'll be due Friday. Calm down. Okay, and then next week I'll probably pick up in chapter 8. Okay, I'll let you guys know if there's going to be anything more on that. Real quick, you know what, I'll talk more about that at the end. Okay, 7.6 parabolas. All right, you guys will remember that when we talked about a linear equation, that's one that makes a straight line. So a nonlinear equation does not form a straight line, and a big shock to everyone. All right. So that's this kind of idea. This either has multiple variables in a term, so you have an xy term or something like that, or you have an x squared or a y squared or something along those lines. Does that make sense? Okay. This kind of nonlinear equation is called a parabola. It's when you have x squared, okay, specifically. And so basically what we do is we solve for 5 xy pairs and then connect them with a smooth curve. Okay, that's all we have to do. In this book, you'll be given the x values you should use. The reason for that is because they give you the nice little 5 points, you know, around the graph. Does that make sense? Okay. So they're going to tell you which values of x you should use in order to get the proper shape. All right. Does that make sense? Okay. So we're going to talk through example 7.6. I don't think there's audio on this video. At least there wasn't when I tried to test it this morning. So cool. Oh, start. There we go. All right, so we're told to graph y equals x squared minus 6x plus 10. And so the first thing we're going to do is we're given our list of x values. They're going to show them one at a time here. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to plug each one of those into the equation. So if I plug in 1, I get 1 squared, which is 1. minus 6 times 1, which is negative 6, plus 10. Well, 1 minus 6 is 5, or sorry, negative 5, plus 10 is positive 5, so we plug that in. Same thing's going to happen with 2. 2 squared is 4. Negative 6 times 2 is negative 12, plus 10. When we do all of that, we get 2. Let's try and do it in my head real quick. 3, we do the same thing. We keep going. And what you're going to notice here is that at some point it's going to turn around and start going back up, specifically with the next one. But this one here, we get down to negative 9 plus 10, which is 1. Okay? And then with 4, we plug that in. And we wait for the animation to catch up. I have no idea why they didn't voice over this one. But it's actually not in the video file. Alright. And then we do the same thing with 5. What? I don't know. Some of them are just like that. It's weird. Alright, so now we have those 5 points. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to graph those 5 points like we would any other points. Okay? So it's pretty straightforward. We're going to graph 1, 5, 2, 2, 3, 1, eventually. There we go. 4, 2, and 5, 5. And then you can't use a ruler. You have to do this freehand because you're drawing a curve. Okay? It should not come to a point in the middle. It almost looks like it does in this graph, but that's only because the purple on red is tricking your eyes. If you look at just the purple line, you'll notice it is a smooth curve all the way around. It's not going to be perfect. I don't expect perfect because, seriously, have you seen my graphs? All right? We're looking for close enough. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's do some practice problems together as a class. Practice 7.6, number 1. We're on page 330. Make sure you're filling this in as we go in class. Okay? There's only 4 questions. Fill them in as we go. Hint. Okay, anyway. So, first of all, we're going to start out with 0. Let me go ahead and get to yellow. All right, so what's 0 squared? Okay, what's 4 times 0?
0.
So what's 0 minus 0? 0. Plus 3. So y is going to be 3 on this one. So far, so good? Okay. What's 1 squared? What's negative 4 times 1?
4.
Negative 4. So what's negative 4 plus 1?
Negative 3.
Negative 3. What's negative 3 plus 3?
0.
0. Okay, so far so good? Feel free to write stuff down as I'm asking about it if you want, by the way. I just don't have space on the slide. All right, so what's 2 squared?
4.
What's negative 4 times 2?
8. 8 negative 8.
Negative 8. So what's 4 minus 8? Negative 4, good. Plus 3?
Negative 1.
Negative 1. All right, what's 3 squared?
9.
What's negative 4 times 3?
12. Negative 12.
Negative 12, good. What's 9 minus 12?
Negative 3.
Negative 3 plus 3?
0.
Cool. All right, what's 4 squared? 16. What is negative 4 times 4?
16.
Negative 16. So what's 16 minus 16?
0.
Plus 3?
3.
All right, everyone see how we're filling these in? Cool. All right, so we start out with 0, 3. So we go 0 left to right and up 3. Keep in mind that the order does matter. Okay? 1, 0. So I'm going to go right 1 and not up or down at all. I'm going to go 2, negative 1. So right 2, down 1. 3, 0. So 1, 2, 3. And neither up or down. And then finally 4, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then up 1, 2, 3. Here is our point. And I'm going to attempt this. It's going to be horrible. That's actually not half bad. All right, anyway. That's what yours should vaguely look like. Hopefully a little less shaky. Okay, does that make sense? Yes. Yeah. So, for example, I'm going to take 2. Okay, but I just didn't write it so we wouldn't have to keep rewriting it. But for example, let's say x equals 2. Then you're going to have 2 squared minus 4 times 2 plus 3. So you end up getting 4 minus 8 plus 3. 4 minus 8 then is negative 4 plus 3, which gives us negative 1. Order of operations apply, yes. Yes?
Do we have to write the equation with it?
We're supposed to. It's fine.
We get marked on a quiz. Like, if we're on a quiz, we don't do it.
I don't care about it, to be honest.
We don't have to write.
Yeah. Oh, I should probably move myself out of the way for the distance learners because I'm like covering the table. Oh, you know what's real trippy is seeing the cursor on the other screen. Okay, anyway. Cool. We good? Number 2. This is going to get very rinse and repeat, just be warned. What's negative 3 squared?
Positive 9.
Good. Positive 9. Negative times a negative is a positive. Okay? So I had people say 9 and then try to catch themselves and say negative 9, and I was waiting for the correction again. So yeah, positive 9 is the correct answer. All right, what's 2 times negative 3?
Negative 6.
Negative 6. So what's 9 minus 6?
3.
Minus 3?
0.
Cool. What's negative 2 squared?
4. 4.
Positive 4. Good. Plus 2 times negative 2? Or sorry, one thing at a time. 2 times negative 2 is?
4.
So I have 4 minus 4, which is?
0.
Minus 3.
Negative 3.
Good. What's negative 1 squared? 1. What is 2 times negative 1?
Negative 2.
Negative 2. So what's 1 minus 2?
Negative 1.
Minus 3?
Negative 4.
Good. All right, what's 0 squared?
0.
What is 2 times 0?
0.
Minus 3.
0. Negative 3.
Sorry, I think I skipped one in there, but it was zeros. It's fine. All right. What's 1 squared? 2 times 1.
2.
What's 1 plus 2?
3.
3 minus 3.
0.
Woo. All right. So we're going to start out at negative 3 and go up and down 0. At negative 2, we'll go down 3. At negative 1, we'll go down 4. At 0, we'll go down negative 3. Or, wait, go down 3, you know what I mean. And then 1, 0. And then again, we're just connecting it. It's all going to have the same shape. Because that's just the shape of the parabola. But that's just the nature of it. Yes?
Are you going to like zero numbers for the x?
Not in this class.
Is it really difficult when you zero numbers? Like the
There are other tricks you do to the equation to find where to start. It's outside the scope of what we're going to do. That's algebra. I mean, technically so is this, but yeah, this in order to find the vertex, you have to apply a whole equation to it, and it's not that much harder than this, but we're just trying to ease you guys in at the moment, so we're not worried about it right now. You will eventually learn it, yes. All right, so it's negative 1 squared. 1. What is negative 4 times negative 1?
Negative 4.
4. Positive 4. So it's 1 plus 4.
5.
5. Does everyone follow that? You have 1 squared, or sorry, you have negative 1 squared minus 4 times negative 1. This becomes positive, so you get 1 plus 4. Does that make sense?
Because technically the 4 is negative, right?
Yep. That negative is attached to the number.
Oh, right.
All right. What's 0 squared?
0.
4 times 0.
0.
0 minus 0.
0.
We grab zeros a lot in graphs. This is why. Okay, because it lets you do it in your head. For the most part. 2 squared. Negative 4 times 2.
Negative 8.
2 minus 8.
Negative 4. That's 6. 8.
Wait, what?
Negative 6? That's negative 6, right?
I think I said something wrong. Hold on. What 2 squared is? 4. I may have asked the wrong question. Minus 4 times 2.
Negative 8.
Negative 8. 4 minus 8.
It's negative 4.
Negative 4. I think I said it wrong the first time around, and that's on me. Sorry about that. All right. What's 4 squared?
16.
What is negative 4 times 4?
16. Negative 16.
Negative 16. What's 16 minus 16?
0.
0. What's 5 squared? 25. What is negative 4 times 5?
20. Negative 20.
Negative 20. What is 25 minus 20?
5.
5. Are you noticing a pattern with these tables?
No.
That after the third one, the fourth and fifth are the same as the second and first? I go from 5, 0 to negative 4, back to 0, back to 5. That's how parabolas work. Yes? Yeah. So, yeah, it's a good way to check. Do the math, because you may have messed up the first time. Do the math for both, just as a check. All right, so negative 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, in later classes, we'll basically teach you, and that's how you graph it. You find the right half, and then the left half as a mirror image. Then we have 2, negative 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, make sure you're filling this in as we go. You never know when I might just check your book for classwork participation and try to give you a free 100. I'm not right-clicking, I'm drawing. Learn the difference. If I were right-clicking, I'd press the right-click button. All right, I'm okay. All right, when they're longer like this, I usually cheat and start from the center and do like half at a time. And then I come around. Oh, rip. Normally I would erase that attempt, but I don't think it's going to let me, so yeah, I tried. They should really be smooth lines, but doing it by hand on this thing is a pain. It's going to bug me. There you go. All right, we good? One more on the next page. Number 4. Graph y equals x squared minus 1. So first of all, what is negative 3 squared? 9. What is 9 minus 1?
8.
What is negative 1 squared?
1.
Minus 1.
0.
0 squared?
0.
Minus 1.
Negative 1.
What is 1 squared?
1.
Minus 1.
0. 8.
Yes, but let's go through the math. What's 3 squared? Minus 1? Good. It's a good way to double check. It seriously is. Yes, that is actually how we do this in later classes, but for right now, I want you guys to make sure you're doing the math. So, negative 3, 8. So, 1, 2, 3. Oh, goodness, I think this only goes up to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 would be right around here. Going to go with that. Okay. Negative 1, 0. 0, negative 1. 1, 0. And 3, 8. I am not right-clicking PowerPoint. All right, I'm okay. That should be about what it looks like. I think you guys have a little more room on your graphs. Yeah. All right, does that make sense?
Yes.
Pretty straightforward? Cool. We're going to actually skip this homework section. Mostly because it's Wednesday. I'm just not going to lie. It's mostly because it's Wednesday and I don't feel like spending an extra day on this section. All right, so your homework due Friday is Chapter 7 Review B. All sections, odds are assigned, evens are bonus. This is due on Friday. Quiz 25 will also be on Friday. Treat this chapter review as though it were a test grade. Hint, hint.
It's a test grade.
Probably. With high potential of bonus.
I cannot find the chapter.
Y'all following me? If you do nothing else, do this. Huh? Yes. Make sure you do the homework. A lot of times the low grades on the reviews are from people like skipping the homework section, and that's like 30 plus points. Okay? Do all the sections. Okay? Treat them as homework. I should move myself back out of the way of the information. Nothing like moving your camera live. All right. Any questions? Cool. You guys are working on that the rest of today. Tomorrow will be a work day for this. So I will not be on stream. I will not be teaching. It will just be time for you to get this review done. And then you'll have the quiz on Friday. Really, really, really focus on this review. Get it done right. May just have to be a test grade, so that way I don't have to worry about trying to give a test over what we've covered so far. Hint. Yes. Who what? Yes, in a minute. All right, and then we'll get into probability next week probably. All right, any questions? Probability next week probably. All right, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm out. See you guys.
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and today we come at last to the Civil War, the conflict that in many ways created. Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. Today we come at last to the Civil War, the conflict that in many ways created a nation. So here's what you won't be getting today. We will not be describing battles and tactics. If that's your bag, might I suggest Ken Burns, or if you prefer books like 1,000 authors, my favorites being James McPherson and Shelby Foote. And number two, we won't be bashing and or praising Abraham Lincoln very much, although we do have multiple Lincolns here because we've heard that's good for ratings. I mean, to watch or read certain accounts, you would think that the Civil War was a lengthy chess game played by Abraham Lincoln against his cunning opponent, Abraham Lincoln. But of course, there were other people involved. We are going to quote a fair bit of Lincoln, though, because, you know, that won Tony Kushner an Academy Award nomination. Three, we won't be claiming that the Civil War was somehow secretly about something other than slavery, because that is just so early 20th century. And number four, there will not be a lot of jokes today, because ha 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 ha, 700,000 people died.
Mr. Green, actually only 680,000 people died.
Yeah, it depends on how you count, you sniveling little ghoul. But recent estimates are between 680,000 and 800,000 total casualties, deadlier for Americans than the American Revolution, World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined. So let's start with some basic facts about the American Civil War. 1861 to 1865, which corresponded with the presidency of Abraham Lincoln, the Union, or more colloquially, the North, fought against the forces of the Confederate States of America, or the South. Sometimes people call the Union the blue and the Confederates the gray, but in fact, the uniforms weren't very uniform. They were all different kinds of color, and also, with all that dirt and blood, they were all just brown. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. You'll notice from this map that not all the states that held slaves were part of the Confederacy. The border states of Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and Maryland allowed slavery and never left the United States. All of these border states were critical to the Union. Maryland was north of the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Kentucky controlled the Ohio River. Missouri was the gateway to the West. Delaware actually wasn't that important. So none of that should be particularly controversial unless you're from Delaware. But the causes of the war, that's another story. The Civil War was about slavery. Actual historians will back me up on this, like David Goldfield, who wrote, "Both Northerners and Southerners recognized slavery as the immediate cause of the Civil War." Also, Lincoln said in his second inaugural address, 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. That said, in comments, lots of people will be like, the war was about agriculture versus industry, or the states' rights to protect themselves from the tyranny of a big federal government. But if it were really about that, the Civil War would have started during the nullification crisis in the 1830s, when, as I'm sure you'll remember, Andrew Jackson said that South Carolina couldn't declare a federal tariff null in their state. Why didn't that cause a civil war? The Confederate government passed the first conscription act in American history, implemented national taxes, created a national currency, and had a government bureaucracy of about 70,000 people, more than the federal bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Thought Bubble. That said, in the beginning of the war, Lincoln deliberately tried to downplay the slavery angle, arguing that the war was only about preserving the Union. But the war was also about religion for both sides.
Notes, there's no homework today. Okay, so we should be able to be done with this very, very quick. Okay, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing as well. Okay, we're not only going through, or well, as well. I don't know how to say that. I'm saying it wrong. Turn around, Jose. Huh? Nope. If he misses something and we get quiz on it, he'll just fail. Yep. All right. Okay, as we're talking about the Civil War, and again, we're going to be talking about the Spanish-American War as well. I'm trying. Give me a sec. I went too far ahead. I know, dude. I know. I can see, Cody. Okay. So by September 1847, again, what just happened? Our country, we're going through this revolution. We have this war, okay, with Britain. Now we're growing as a country. We've had multiple presidents at this time. Okay, last couple was Polk and Monroe. Okay, but by September 1847, America had won the Mexican-American War. Okay, it wasn't a huge deal. Okay, obviously a few things happened with that. What was one battle that maybe is very famous with that war? Davy Crockett. Alamo, San Antonio. Okay, Mexico recognized the Rio Grande as the southern boundary of Texas and ceded California and New Mexico to the U.S. in return, and the U.S. paid Mexico $15 million and assumed American claims against the Mexican government. Okay, basically, we paid them off for the property. We both just came together and said, hey, can we make an agreement with this? And we're good with this one?
No.
Oh, well, maybe you should have had your stuff out right away there, dude. You can get it from someone else later.
I have my stuff on.
Quickly, John. Good, John? Oh, man. All right, like we watched a video on the Civil War. It began when 11 southern states seceded, okay, or withdrew from the Union. Separation, obviously, there's different arguments. Okay, we saw that guy's point of perspective. Okay, but there's different perspectives with this. Okay, the main idea, we know slavery was a big deal with it. Okay, we know, yes, industry and agriculture, the separation between the two, that was a big deal with it. Okay, obviously, they didn't want to have the problem with slavery being the title of it. They're trying to kind of hide that. They wanted to have it with different problems. Okay, but we see all these things, multiple things coming together, making this problem inside of our country. Okay, country, again, we were unified at one time, fighting Britain. We had a common enemy. But as we're growing, we're going to see struggles happen. Okay, the conflict lasted for 4 years and devoted the South because of it. What? You're right. Devoted doesn't even make sense. I'll fix it later. Devastated the South. That makes more sense. Thank you, Hudson. And Bella for just laughing at me and not telling me. Thank you. Okay, but who led this? Who was the president at this time? Abraham Lincoln. He led the nation to a war with the Confederate States. Obviously, there's so many different things we could talk about with this. Okay, different addresses, different documents that Abraham Lincoln spoke on. Okay, differences between the North and the South. Yes, all the generals with it, all the battles. Okay, but we'll talk about that in American government or American history class if you haven't already, or United States history class, which, have you guys had that yet? You guys had some of that last year. I think you have another, no, that's world geography. So you guys had that last year, okay, but we don't have that later on. American government, we'll talk about a little bit of it. Okay, but again, the Civil War happened. Abraham Lincoln was president. Okay, he kind of led the charge with this. Okay, the Civil War, as we just watched, it ended in April 1865, where the Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to the Union General Ulysses S. Grant. Okay, who became president out of the two? Obviously, Grant. Okay, it all happened at the, I'm going to say it wrong, Appomattox, or I can't say it right. I can't say it. I've tried. Every time I say it out loud, I mess up. There you go. Thank you, 8th graders. Thank you. Appomattox. Okay, something like that. That sounds a lot better than what I was saying. I couldn't say it. Sometimes that happens to me. Okay, Appomattox, okay, Virginia, that's kind of where it happened. You'll want to know that location. Okay, the Civil War ended, okay, at Appomattox, Virginia. Okay, at least know Virginia. Okay, Ulysses S. Grant did become president after this. He led the North in most of their victories towards the end of it. Okay, although with the victories, if you guys recognize in the video, he won a lot of wars, but what happened while he was general?
He got captured.
No. Okay, a lot of people died. Okay, because the North outnumbered the South. Okay, we saw that. It was almost like 5 times or 3 times the people, okay, against the South, so he didn't really care. It's kind of just like, hey, let's get the victory and be done. But a lot of people did die under his command. Okay, one of the first steps of progress, okay, after all this has happened, okay, the main thing that happened right after this document was written, okay, it was made into our Constitution. Okay, the first steps of progress made after the war was the 13th Amendment, okay, which outlawed slavery in the United States. Okay, so the idea that was written in the past saying, hey, all men are equal, okay, this is where they're trying to take a small step. And as we see, we're trying to take steps to having that be true. Okay, the Bible does say every man is equal. Okay, no one is better than someone else. And we see that trying to be the goal of the United States at this time in growing that. Okay, just a couple more notes, then we'll be done. Then those who have to take the quiz can review for a couple minutes and then take that quiz. It should not take you long. It is pretty easy. Okay, probably our last note for today. Okay, this is going into the Spanish-American War. But in 1895, a revolution broke out in Cuba against the Spanish. In February 1898, because remember what doctrine was made that protected all the smaller countries in South America? Monroe Doctrine, saying basically, hey, Europe, if any of you guys attack these countries that are trying to develop themselves and establish themselves, what would we do? We would step in and help. Okay, this is kind of what happened. Okay, but we see the USS Maine. Okay, this exploded. This was one of our ships in the harbor at Havana, Cuba, killing 260 American soldiers. Okay, the American people blamed Spain because of the war. Okay, we already had that doctrine anyways, the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, because of the war going on between Spain, kind of trying to control Cuba, Cuba trying to get their own freedom. Okay, a ship of ours and our American people were killed, so we blame Spain. We're like, hey, because of you already attacking these people, okay, because of this, now our people were affected because of your war. Okay, so now we're going to step in and basically just end it. Okay, we're going to see that start in 1895. We're going to join in 1898, but we're going to talk about more of this tomorrow. So that is it for the notes. Okay, for everyone that has already taken the quiz, please, I need you to just sit there quietly, do not talk. Okay, I know that you don't have homework, so you probably don't have anything to work on. Okay, if you do, work on something. If not, just put your head down, as some of you already are. It's a hot day. Okay, relax. No, you cannot go outside because I have to be able to watch you. Okay, no, you cannot be on your phone either, so don't ask. You have to go to the bathroom? Quickly, you got 2 minutes. Okay, those who are taking the quiz, you have 2 minutes to study. So no, you probably do not want to go to the bathroom right now. You have 2 minutes to study, then we are taking the quiz. Elias, on your way back from the bathroom, can you go? The quizzes will be on that printer in the 11th and 12th grade room. Can you grab those? What sections? Dude, you were here when we reviewed. 17.3 and 4. Yes, but you cannot talk. So, yes sir. Not right now, you can't talk. So if you want to work together, you can, but no talking. Because they're going to be taking the quiz. Alright, shh. Yes ma'am. You weren't here all week, right? This is your first day here this week, so you have to take it by tomorrow. Alright. Distance learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you get that quiz turned in as I sent it to all of you. Mia, I got some of your assignments. I might not have put in all of them quite yet, but I did get those. Let me know if you have questions. We will see you guys tomorrow. What do you want?